Good evening and welcome. What a weird situation this is. Is he playing factory games? I thought he was only playing like weird action games and that kind of thing. What is up with that? Hello, Casimir.
Welcome home.
Thank you for the 25 months. That is, we are back with more Dyson Sphere and I am happy for it. Let's address the elephant in the room. I'm not going to play any more God of War on stream. And that is probably for the better. And there's two reasons for it. One is you didn't like it. The second one, I didn't like it. So that's pretty good reasons, right? I mean, sometimes there's a game where you like it and I don't like it. And then I'm like, sorry, but I don't want to. And sometimes there's a game that I like that you don't like. For example, Darkest Dungeon. And then I keep persisting and hoping that eventually I'll get more and more of you to like it. So, but in this case, none of us really enjoyed it that much, and that's not fair, because there was of course some people who were just enjoying the story, and that was super fine, and I'm sorry for taking that away. Thank you, Cukes. Thank you for the prime, welcome. But I'll try to sort of address it once, and then anywhere else, and then we can just throw down the emote for it if people come in and ask about it. Conscientia, thank you for the 4 months. Good to see you. An introverted snail, thank you for 42 months. That's a long time. I haven't seen you in chat for a while, but 42 months, that means you must have been snailing your way through chat for a few months. And appreciate it if you haven't been around and yet have maintained your sub. That is very nice of you. Yeah, so with regard to God of War, I absolutely love God of War, the first one. I felt that this one was too much of a sequel, and by that it took all the things we loved and then it just added 20% more, which is good. Like, if it didn't do that, then you just go like, oh, but it's not the same anymore. But the thing is just like, yeah, I mean, it was super cool to get to know Brock and Sindri, but now they're just there. They're just there. So then their shenanigans are not as great, because we kind of know their quirks and characters. The new characters like Tyr is irrelevant, Freya is irrelevant, and Ratatoska is silly. You know, it's just like the new characters are not that great. On top of that, I found that the dialogue between Kratos and Atreus was just really contrived. It was always like, but I want to go out and explore. No, stay home, stay safe. Like, come on. All right, you've been working on this for 8 hours. It's getting super tiring that he wants to go out and explore the world, and he says, no, stay home. Boy, he didn't say boy. Maybe that's also a part. And yeah, so, and then you get to play more as Atreus, and that was kind of awful. I really like I wanted to be God of War, an old grumpy guy wielding an axe, hacking things to pieces. And when we played Kratos, it was just mainly just standing at a distance and lobbing axes at them, while the teenage tank was invulnerable up front, skirting around with a bow in melee combat, being hacked on by 4 different enemies. And that kind of ruined the immersion for me. And on top of that, just that scene where the 1 hour part where we have to walk around as Atreus, flirting awkwardly and picking flowers, that was the nail in the coffin. I was like, that is not a game that I want to play. It's certainly not a game that I want to spend my precious work stream nights on playing. This is something that I can play whenever I feel like it, and just right, because it just didn't make any sense to do that. So then that means I'll be just playing it for myself once in a while, but I want to focus my work evenings on stuff that is relevant to more people, because I can't just be playing I can't just be playing things that I want to play but you have no interest in. That you come here mainly for cool designs and factories and efficient builds and stuff like that. Thank you, Paranoid Snow, for the 700 bits. And therefore, that's kind of... So let's do that, because it's also more enjoyable when I play something that you are enjoying as well, instead of me playing games that only I find fun. Then, yeah, And then if I don't even find it fun, then there's really no point. I thought there was a new Patreon announcement. Thank you very much. A new Protector of the Path. Thank you very much for joining and welcome to the community. Thank you for your pledge. I really appreciate all of the pledges that support. For a while, trying to avoid God of War spoilers. Yeah, well, you can stick around now. We're not gonna be spoiling that. What's the plan today in DSP? Check the title, my friend. We're going to be doing some Science Hub, and we're also going to be fixing some issues with some of the blueprints, and we're going to make sure that we have a stable production of Infinite Science. We're not going to start scaling it up. We're just going to try to see if we can have it as 2 science per second continuously, so we can sort of chug along and get some more of the Infinite Science going. Oh wow! So is this one of those days where when there is someone on Patreon, then other people go like, hey, I want to pledge on Patreon. It looks like it. Thank you very much. A new Knight of the Path. That's the $10 tier. And thank you also for both of you. Make sure you link your Discord profile to Patreon so that we can we can say, I can say thank you to who you are. Belonging it so far, how have you found it? I just said, I don't like it. I didn't like it. Insensitive? Some good content creators that play God of War, I understand. Yeah, so Conrad, I was thinking about it as well. And like, it's not insensitive. It's totally fine if you want to do the story. Then I would say, if you want to play someone who is, watch someone who is reasonably good and does a walkthrough of all of it, then Fighting Cowboy does that. He got the game early and he played through the whole thing before it came out, and then just releasing 3 videos a day. And he's so bad at puzzles. He's bad at puzzles, and he can be really toxic in live stream. But this is not live stream. This is a walkthrough. So yeah, he's yeah, I agree. But, you know, there aren't a lot of people. If Christopher Odd was playing it, I would say definitely watch Christopher Odd or Day 9. They are not as good players, but they are, I mean, they're probably around my level, but they're not, but if you want to watch someone who's good at it, like really good, then, but also annoying to listen to, but just impressive, then Distortion on Twitch he just completed it. I watched him do the very last fight. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I just tuned in, and that was apparently the very last fight on the very hardest difficulty, and it was just like pling, parry, dunk, 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 pling, parry, parry, parry. I was like, god damn, between these second accurate parries, he just managed to counterattack and perfectly execute combos, and like all that for 10 minutes straight. And I was like, ah, oh, damn, this guy's good. So yeah, he's a Souls speed runner, challenge runner, so yeah. Story, yeah, Distortion is a mad gamer, absolutely. Like, but very much like a
welcome home.
Very typical young American Chad bro. Like, his mannerism and way of speaking is very archetypical, let's say it like that. Thank you, Starving, for the 26 months, and Silver Cecil also sneaking in here with the 200 bits. Thank you. Gamer dude, bro. Yeah. It is. Yay! And we didn't manage to get to level 1 on this first train. Yeah, first trains are always awful. It's never good to have a train that starts right when the stream starts. But yeah, people come in with their resubs, and that's nice. It's also in God of War. He is a super wholesome man. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't watched it because, yeah. I mean, I would, if Squilla Killer was playing it, I would watch Squilla Killer. He is really chill and does no-hit runs and speed runs for Souls games, so he is pretty damn good. But it's like, it's so funny when watching him do any Souls game no-hit, and you just see him like in the intricacies of the combat, like blocking, parrying, rolling, and then he just, in the calmest of voices, just talks about the importance of a good healthy diet combined with exercise, while just like, okay, it could be someone completely different, but he's just so relaxed. It's impressive to see, and I have never seen him rage about anything. He's always like, that was unfortunate. I wonder how I can avoid that next time. That's like 2 hours of game time lost, but yeah, all right, it's content. So needs to think about. Yeah. So yeah, doesn't co-kindness play it? Yeah, he does. It does. That's also maybe like a more of a casual experience. I mean, I think he's playing on the hardest difficulty. Also, Admiral Baru is also playing. Also, Admiral Baru is really a competent player. So yeah. So anyway, definitely there are options to watch God of War, whether you're focused more on the skill expression or someone who is just wholesome to listen to for watching the story. But it won't be on this channel, neither the skill nor the wholesomeness, except when building factories, and that's what we're going to be doing today. So let's do that. Here we go. We're in game, and the hype train is on cooldown. Did not get off the ground. I wonder if this is the right one. Yeah, it should be. Okay, so everything is out. Let's have a look. So we have this one we're working on, and we want to come up with a good idea. I think we kind of came up with a good idea at the end of last time, but it did have some flaws and stuff. But I want to see why we don't have all these things. Where's that? There. Let's see why. I think we want to make sure that first of all that we have things flowing. And if we don't, then that's the first thing we want to fix. Okay, that's definitely not working. Graphite is not working. So no graphite. That's weird. You have a little bit of coal here. I'm pretty sure we just had 2 lines of making coal somewhere that I was kind of looking at and going like, yeah, I don't need you anymore. Maybe I'd removed them, then maybe that's why it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh, here. Ah, that's because it's not coal. That one. So this 35,000 coal, I wonder where that is. Because it doesn't seem to be harvested correctly. If you see the coal, then just go there. No, I did not try it, and I don't think I will. But I appreciate you sending it nonetheless. Ah, okay. Well, that doesn't help me if I don't know where it is. Maybe we'll do something like that, but I don't know. I find the lack of symmetry disturbing. There. Woohoo! Yeah, it's not going to be much, but certainly not going to be helping us with what we needed. Let's just clear that up while we're here. And more crap? Yeah, more crap. This one is not great. Okay, so we need to get some graphite inbound on this planet. I actually really think that we should have something more... yeah, something better. Okay, so what I'm saying is, we have this part here where I'm just requesting random crap inbound, and I don't really like it. No, I hate it. I think I want to get something that's more robust. But first of all, by the way, this one is awesome. I love it. I love it so much. This one. The new make everything up. It is so good. It is super crisp. And there was a comment about it, so let's just jump on over and find that comment. I wrote down the comment. There is a sorter missing from reinforced thruster to logistics vessel in the new Make Everything hub. Voila. That's kind of important. Yeah. We're not having that one? Sad there's no smiley face signs. Yeah, but you know, it's... I really like your idea, but it was also very much your idea, so... It's let it be your idea. Let's see, this is gonna be the middle, right? And this is gonna be the middle. That's actually pretty good locations to build this. Yeah. So this will be our requester of everything. Hey Barack, welcome.
Welcome home.
Thank you for the 10 months. Did you fix the vessels? Yes, I did. I just did, and thank you for your comment. I just read out your comment and fixed it just now, so I appreciate it. No glass smelter in any of the smelter. That's less of an issue, I think, because you can just take any of the other ones. But you know, it's correct. It's technically correct, and if you don't, if technically correct isn't the only character that matters, then I don't know what. Okay, so these... I don't know if I want to get fidget spinner outputs for this. Because I do have fidget spinner outputs here. And it kind of maybe be useful for something, but not really, right? It's... There, yes. But... And then what else? Photon combiners is the only thing. Yeah, photon combiners, plasma exciters, and these things as well. But those are sort of different, right? And how many do we now have? We have 2 more. I do appreciate it. It's good. Right. So someplace I'm gonna have warpers. So maybe this one will be warpers. Let's see. Hold on. I need to figure out where I'm starting the hop from. That's gonna be really difficult to figure out. I think it might be here. No. I'm looking at this part here. That one. Where is this?
Our illustrious champion.
Okay, so that's by the...
Welcome home.
Right here. Okay, so this is actually... this is where I'm starting. Hey Corinna, thank you for the 42 months. Yeah, so this will be where I get the next line in if relevant. Good, so what will this do? This will be... Here we're going to request everything back to this location. And then basically I'll just take the most popular ones, put them into one for each, and then go all the way around. So that's these two, then Because at some point we won't have anything, or you won't have anything on this hub planet, and you maybe want to get everything inbound. I don't know. Maybe. But only the stuff that is actually relevant. So stone. No, actually not only the stuff that's relevant, but everything. Everything that we intend to build anywhere should also be requested to this location. Or maybe more complete. Anything that we are going to be using for anywhere, anything in the hub, then that should be in here. So after that one, glass, for example. And after glass, we need... We're not bringing raw materials. Water? I don't know. Do we need water for anything? I don't think so, but I don't know. And then we get... That's the last of the smelting products, right? And so we're not, for example, getting sugar cubes in because we don't need sugar cubes. That's not a product. That's not a final product that we would use. We could get hydrogen in, for example. Yeah, but that's... I would then request titanium glass inbound if that's what we need, I guess. That's kind of difficult because titanium glass is not used for anything useful, right? Yeah. It's only used for these two things. So it'll always be part of plane filter, and then the one thing it's going to be used for is the quantum chemical plant. Damn. Steel. We can have diamonds and silicon as well, or that one. And then we sort of have been all the way around. So we can go like diamonds. And yeah, now we don't need to do that anymore. What else would we request inbound that we would be building off world? I do think kind of water, maybe. I don't know. Oh, I can't click on water, so I can't see what... I can't click here so as to see what ingredients water goes into. Definitely processors and stuff, right? But we're just trying to figure out, would I actually get these inbound? I don't know. Feels weird that I would have a planet that does this. Like, yeah, then so here is my issue now is that I have to think about it like anything that I request in is stuff that I need in order to or I would outsource to another planet. Like obviously I would outsource titanium alloy to somewhere, so I'd need to get that. But would I outsource a planet to make titanium glass? No, probably not. I would definitely have quantum chips, sure, and processors, yes, and green turbines, absolutely. Motors, I don't know. No, not really. Right? I don't think I would have motors, and I definitely wouldn't have crystalline silicon components. We'd have pink containers, we had supermagnetic rings, we have green lenses, yeah. Like all of those things are going to be relevant. Oh, right. For organic, yeah, we're not going to make organic crystal. That'll also always be something we mine. Hydrogen? Like, for example, some stuff like plasma exciter, photon combiner, those are stuff like, yeah, you need it in so low quantities, so maybe that's kind of wasteful. Like, but you kind of, if you don't have it, there's some things you can make, like this one, this one, this one, this one. Here maybe even. I mean, it's used for the stupid water pumps, but that's not a good problem because it will be made for the water pumps there. So that's, yeah, I don't need electric motor because this one is taken care of by my logistics hub, this is taken care of by my starter hub, and this one will be a separate item. So for example, we will never use electric motors, but this one I'm not going to be requesting either. And neither am I going to request green circuits because I have none of the items in here request neither coils, magnetic coils, or green circuits, and therefore the only place that I need it is the stuff that's already taken care of here and here, and in there it's already, damn it, requested. I think we need to have like random crap that has to be built somewhere, but not really in very light quantities. What a beautiful description of things, right? Let's make an indicator here for all the random crap that has to be built somewhere. And now I need to remember the shortcuts in this game because I haven't played it for a long time. There. Random crap that we don't need in large quantities, but we kind of need a little bit of anyway, as they say. And then that goes down to plasma exciters, it comes into photon combiners, it comes into titanium glass, it comes into the eggs we need in large quantities anyway, so that's not it. What else? Casimir crystals? No, they're used for very few things. Annihilation spheres, we already have that outside, so that's kind of different. Particle broadband, I think that's one of those, right? Because particle broadband, yeah, particle broadband is used for, where are you? Here, for the Mark III machines. Oh, you're actually requesting that. Ugh. Yeah, okay, so I guess we do need a little bit of that. A little bit. Right, what else can we imagine that's being used in very small quantities? So we do need it, but we don't need a lot of it. Because then we could make a separate build that just takes care of those things. Like, for example, frame material is being used by a lot of things, but it's only being used in the hub. Not entirely correct, because let's see, it's also being used, but that part it's already included in. So if you look at frame materials, it's being used here and here and here, but when it's part of the Dyson component, then it's already being, the only thing we need Dyson Sphere component for is for the small carrier rocket, and in that we already include this and this. So the majority of the frame material is already taken care of in our small carrier rocket design, and therefore the only thing we need small carrier frame material for is like the stuff for the hub. Yeah, I always do it, but I think I need both of them actually, because plane filters I need for plane smelters, so that's true as well. What else could we find out we kind of need a little bit of? That one. It's awful, but yes, we do. We need that for graphene should be one of the default ones. Plastic? What the hell is plastic needed for? So that's a no, because that will be part of it anyway. Yeah, this will never have be built, and this is the only thing. So the only thing plastic is used for is this. So that means we need refined oil. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Microcrystalline component is being used for a few things, but those are already taken care of in the hub. Yeah. Anything that's used for science will be part of the science build. Prisms are not used for anything. Except for a subcomponent into combiners, right? Prisms, they go into photon combiner or plasma exciters, and they're just glass, so. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 small builds of a bit of crap that we need. Yeah, okay. And if we go through what we need for each of them, plane filter is casimir crystal is titanium crystals, so as long as we can reduce it, that means this one needs hydrogen and organic crystal inbound. Ugh. So I'm just going to put these as dependencies: hydrogen and organic crystal, unless we say casimir crystal is an input, and I don't think I want that. Here, this one has crystal silicon, but that's already plastic, is a bad one, and carbon nanotube needs to go in anyway. But plastic is the worst one, because plastic then requires refined oil. Technically we could say, is it refined oil or is it just crude oil we would get inbound? I think it would be, we would never be transporting this, we would transport crude oil. This one doesn't have anything special, this one doesn't have anything special. It's just for what things we would want to request beyond what we would normally be requesting. And this one would have water as an odd input. Supermagnetic ring is getting inbound anyway, and crystal silicon is also getting in. But no, it makes sense that we do this as a separate build, because we're going to need it for particle broadband, or we're going to need it for the purple science build. Then I'll request the crystal silicon into that build when we get that far. So that means in order for us to build all this crap, I would need 4 things additionally inbound. That means we don't request any of these in our round here, but we might end up having to request these 4 things just because. Okay. Right, so let's see if we can remember where we got. Did we get the titanium? Yeah, we did get that. Titanium alloy. So after we got these 2 and that one, and we did get glass, we're never going to get these. Plastic, nope. Graphene, absolutely. Hydrogen. Is hydrogen needed? I think we do need hydrogen for something. And then deuterium is also needed for something, isn't it? Is deuterium needed for anything? I don't remember. Strange matter, but we're not going to make that deuterium fuel. No, we're not. We don't need that. Not for a global hub. We'll need the annihilation constraint sphere awfulness. That's really bad. Yeah. I might have to build that as well. I know we have it right now, but I'm not sure that's the right way. Because it's just one thing that's being used for. And the subcomponents for this one, just these 2, and they are being requested in. So let's request those in here. Oh, proliferator. Proliferator. There we go. Oh.
Another loyal devotee.
We're going to need unipolar magnet inbound as well. Carbon nanotube. And that was like my favorite sound. It's always a interesting what happens.
Gleaming endowment.
Ooh. Suspense. Oh. Why did I get a new notification and the new notification was someone cancelled? Come on, Patreon API. Don't do me like that. Yeah, no, there was nothing new. Wasn't that a Patreon notification? It sounded like a Patreon notification. But maybe I just... And thank you, Shadow, for the 1000 bits. Like your God of War, but love the ESP series. Thank you. That was definitely a Patreon notification before that, but yeah. Oh well. Not sure about the loyal. Yeah, well, it wasn't anyone who just cancelled immediately. That was not it. Yeah, we have to request unipolar magnets inbound as well, and optical grading crystal, because they are needed for one thing only for these. Now that's just bad. There, for example, this is going to request that, and that goes straight in here. So wouldn't it be relevant to do stuff like that? Come on. And that's, nope, that's the carbon nanotube. And then try to go to that location. Since this is only being used for one place, it just... Oops, that was not it. Ah, crap, it's that one. Never mind, then you're not gonna be it. Unipolar magnet. Alright. Could you, for example, go... That would be here. And this would be nothing. There. But that's... Yeah. Huh. Now that begs another question. Whether that is going to be like the official way or if it's just going to be a change. Display link to the Google Drive. You can blueprint command. That doesn't seem to be working. Blueprints, because there's more than one. Blueprints. There we go. See? First one takes me to my addition site, and from there's a link to my Google Drive. Okay, so where is my optical grading crystal setup? Something is requesting optical grading crystals, but I don't know which one that is. Just remember that something requested it. There. So let's remember that we've taken hydrogen out. Okay, so here's a bigger question. Is this a good idea or not? Because I am a bit worried that if I don't think this is a good idea. All right, let me walk through it. So I'm thinking, hey, since optical grading crystal is only requested one place, let's instead of building it, requesting it here, and then also requesting it to the planet here, and then bringing it from this one over to that one, and then bringing it in, and then that seems silly, right? Then let's just skip the step and then bring it in here, and then bring it directly in, because it's only being used once. And then I just realized that everything is only being used once. That's the beauty of it. So if you think about something like titanium, it's only being requested once here for this part, or any of them is only being requested once. So maybe we don't want to request everything inbound like this. Maybe we do actually just want to keep them separate, because I don't want to ruin this design here. Yeah. Okay, even iron and copper is only being requested once. Now I'm restoring. No one will ever know that I messed it up. There. Yeah, well, the other way allows for more items to be made on the planet too. Exactly, that's the point. If you have to ask us as a girl, the answer is always no. I distinctly disagree. And Shadow, new patron get access to save games. You link your patron to your Discord, and then you go into the Discord, and then there's a channel called Patron Save Games, and then you have access to all save games from all the games I played, pretty much all the way back to Vanilla done right, Factorio. Yeah, so Meridian, I think you have a really good point, and it's not about sort of whether it's a good idea in general. It's more about, is it a, like, the coupling is making it more efficient but also more coupled, and I don't like things that are too heavily coupled. I like things that are sort of in modules that you can apply independently, and not like, okay, stamp down the whole planet and then that's gonna be it. Because when you build the hub, you are not gonna have unipolar magnets, and on the other hand, you will probably have all the things crafted on the planet by now, and then you will gradually stop producing them on the local planet and start requesting them. So you have a little processor build, but eventually you'll build a planet that does processors, and then you'll request it instead. And at that point, you just go in and go, yep, flip it on, go, awesome, add it here. I don't have to worry about, is it the right location, is it where, what, why, how. I think that's kind of the essence of it. And yes, that means you're going to be storing things double somewhere. That's inconsequential, I would say. It also means that some of these things are probably not as important to put in right now. Okay, so after sort of in terms of importance, carbon nanotube, what else would we want to request inbound that we would have? Strange matter we do need, but let's start working on some of those really obvious ones, like electromagnetic turbines, the awfulness that is that, processors. And now we've gone all the way processors, then we're gonna get we are going to get down here pink containers, supermagnetic rings, eggs, green eggs, and after that it's gonna be quantum chips, and then anything else. Warpers. Hello, Rightful Son. Good evening. Oh, I thought we decided that one was not really the most important one. Anything we're missing? That one, I think. Solar sails? No, if we need solar sails on the planet... Let's see, solar sails are used for one thing. That one, and that's on another planet. And then for launching. And then that's part of the blueprint for launching, so... No solar sails. I can't think of anything more. Except now we need the 4 odd ones out. These 4 odd ones. Yeah. Hydrogen, oil, organic crystal, and water. I wish we could remember if we've already done... Didn't we do hydrogen on one of them? No, maybe not. Right, I'm just gonna put hydrogen, organic crystal, water, and oil. Okay. So now we have everything available that we need, except for these awful intermediates that we have to build on this planet just because. Just a little build, nothing much, just enough to get it built. I don't know how fancy I want to do that, or if I just want to make... It seems logical that I would want to use maybe this tile for it. Like this space, because that's kind of not really a particularly useful space. And then we can make small builds in this area, taking out one planetary sector. I think one planetary sector is like that. Yes, it is. Okay, that's probably gonna be a bit too small, but you know, maybe. Is it worth it to have one planet dedicated to the production of one item I can circuit boards? Not circuit boards, but yes. I wouldn't do it for circuit boards, but I would generally say, and this is what you can see if you use my planets overview, then I basically have processors built one place and electromagnetic turbines built one place. That doesn't mean that I'm never going to build it anywhere else, but it's just when you build it, you might as well get stuff there, build in large quantities, so if something goes wrong, you can go there and check what's the problem. Oops. Alright, this is a to-do list that I don't care about right now. What I do care about is all this stuff, which will now be there. Ah, what happened? Insufficient logistics drones. What? Insufficient. Okay, okay, good. Get in. Get in here. And we're back again. Good. Alright. Hello again, welcome. Good to see you. Okay, so I will now be... I'll be taking this part out. Stop requesting. Oh, concrete. Well, that's going to be impossible to find, but one of them actually has to have concrete. Sulfuric acid is not something we apparently need because the stuff that it goes into is dealt with other places anyway. Interesting how I'm providing this outbound, but okay. Let's see. So, iron. Where we are. Good. And then from now on I can then request it. Okay, which way is the easiest way to do it? I guess it's easier for me to look here and say diamonds and green eggs. I don't have those. Copper. Okay, copper in the next one. Copper. Cat, is this an exact ratio run, or why is he making such precise builds? Because that's how I do it. That's how I do it. This is not a precise build. This is more of a just I want to keep things under control, and otherwise they're not under control. Quantum chips, we're not. Okay, so let's get some magnets up there. The reason why I'm also making it so deliberate is because I want this to be something that you can use in your game, and therefore it's good enough is not good enough. Because if I rely on people actually using it, graphene, did I get graphene in? Yeah, I did. Then I want to make sure that it's perfect, or as close to that as I can get. Okay, this one, that's worth it. I think 2,000 will be enough for this part. Don't want to overdo it for stuff like that. And then that's the one we don't have that we should have, but don't. That was the whole reason why we started this silliness. And the other one is the proliferator. It's always the last one. Oh, I skipped one. I skipped stone and optical grading crystal. And optical grading crystal. Yeah. 2,000. Warpers. And let's see, Warpers probably only 2,000, but I don't think I'm actually requesting them inbound at this point because I don't have them requested inbound. That's actually interesting. So maybe I will not be requesting Warpers in. Maybe this one will be the other way. I don't know. That's weird that this is the other way then. Let's see it. One of these also has warpers in, right? Yes, warpers. Local demand and global supply. If we're building space warpers on this planet. I don't know if we are. Spanning the cosmos and building Dyson Spheres, and their assembly lines are just a rat's nest of spaghetti. Exactly. Oh, right. Did I not request copper? I did not. Thank you. Okay, let's see what the next one is. Silicon and nanotubes. Nanotubes. I don't know if I am requesting nanotubes. I don't think so. No? No nanotubes being requested. What was the last one here? Why are we requesting antimatter? Why are we requesting antimatter? I can't even see where the antimatter is used for. Ugh. This makes no sense. Why are we requesting antimatter to this planet? Antimatter is used for what? Antimatter fuel cells, right? That's the only thing that requests it. Not even the annihilation sphere. This is the only thing that uses antimatter. Yeah. So why am I requesting antimatter inbound? Oh, right. Science, of course. Psh. Science. White science. That was it. I was like, there must be something. Well, that's more questionable then, because eventually science will be outsourced. So do I want to build it here? No, we definitely don't want to build it here. We'll definitely need to have that as part of this one that we need to address somehow. Okay. Right. Glass. I must have forgotten glass somewhere. Steel. I'm just emptying these. Processors. We'll just go around looking hand in hand. Who wants to get the processors? Good. And
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
there. Welcome home, Garantio. Thank you for the 10 months. Good evening. Interesting how much we're actually using this. That has kind of disappeared. And I think we're done with this. Yep, done. I'll take it in my inventory, because you know. Oh, that's not good. No, 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 no. Oops. Okay, well, that solved that problem. Pink containers, you are here. Get inbound. Where's the super magnetic rings, though? Did I forget to add super magnetic ring? It's expensive. Guess no, we have it here, but we just don't request it. Now I'm just flagging them all here. This is the worst one, the most silly one, because it is on this planet that I'm producing water. I don't have any, and this is also where I'm producing. Oh no, don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't stop me. Stop me. Someone stop me. Okay. And the same with the water. Maybe there's no problem in turning them the other way when they need to be turned the other way. Like that. Because somewhere it has to be provided off planet, and that might just be here. And that's here. Now we need to make sure that they all have warpers, because if they don't have warpers, it's kind of irrelevant. And that has to flow clockwise, because everything else would be weird. You know what I've forgotten? I forgot to start science. No wonder our science is not struggling. It's not working because it's not even there. And this one isn't technically necessary, but maybe that's just sort of sense of completeness and stuff. Don't have anything flowing here, so clearly we are not there yet. Okay, so that is actually now taking care of every single thing. Yeah, that one's not done here. It's built on this planet, but I don't know if I want to start exporting it from this planet yet, because I just don't have enough. We'll need to have a dedicated location. And then we need to do these things, but that's not going to be right now because I'm happy with this just now. Okay, so I mark this also, so that is reserved space now. If there are 10 intermediates I need to build, there seem to be 11. But if there was 10 intermediates I need to build, let's just say that, then I would need to build, I could give them 2 planetary sectors each. That means I could actually get them to be here. From that one over to here, just for, let's say, or let's take it from here. Each one of these, if there are only 10 and not 11, then I could give them a space from to here. I think that's really neat. Too close to that other freaking one. That's annoying. No. Yes, no. Yes, no. Okay. Let's ditch some of the junk we've accumulated. Okay. And
our illustrious champion returns.
none.
Welcome home.
Welcome home, Mr. Pava. Thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate it. Alright, and this also needs to go when this one gets picked up. Probably would have been easier to do it the other way around. When 80 is being picked up, that's not enough. I feel like I should have something junk that I shouldn't be carrying around here, but I don't know. fuel should probably also be requested here. I am thinking that some of these will actually need to have an output of into like, okay, whoops. Why are we not making pin containers offside?
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
Hey, Kentuck, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, hold on. This one will actually need to have a fidget spinner output thing. Oops. Oh no, I'm right clicking because I want to rotate, because that's how it works in Cosmoteer. And I played a fair bit of Cosmoteer. There we go. Somebody stop them. This will now be distribute to others and there. And the same one will also be for warpers. Because I need to be able to pick up warpers here. Here it's not about anything else, it's about me being able to get the warpers from this location if we are building it off planet and I need something. There. Great. Those are the 2 things that we need outbound wise here. This is a nice blueprint, but it's not amazing. I don't know if it's really worth sort of saving. If I copy it from here, use now. See, that's weird, isn't it? No, it's not weird. It's just incorrect, because this checkpoint is actually odd. So it looks like I have to take it from exactly the other side, and then it will work. So if I stand here, and then if I plant it from here, I don't get it. Why are you putting a box on a splitter? Because then it's accessible in the box. I am just not getting it. Where are those additions? There they are. So how come this is the place to build it? When that's not, this is correct placement, but that's not where I started or ended my blueprint. So why did it decide that that's where I wanted to start it? Is that maybe like 0.0? It is 0.0. Okay, so if there is a all the way around. Which is actually the correct place. Okay. That's actually nice. Okay, good. So this is where I will be placing it, because that's 0.0 when it's all the way around. Oh, okay, well that's actually, that kind of makes sense. Request everything to here. Kind of a weird name, but and I don't know what else would be on this blueprint, honestly. Ring of ILS requesting every product to this planet for use in make everything hub. There. And it's now, no, I did not take my break. Thank you for reminding me. And just an update, if you are interested in the blueprint, it is now here under new Make Everything Hub. Let's take a save and then take a break. Thank you for reminding me, Simpson. Guess we don't have any mods around. Huh. To help me remind me of this. Or we were also so engaged in the design that we forgot it. But hey, this is a nice little milestone achieved, so that's good. Be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining. Be back in a bit. And Hattori, I'll read it when I come back. And welcome back. Thank you for joining. And earlier when there was a notification about a new patron, thank you very much. There was a new patron. It was just not updating on the website. So apparently the API had updated, but not the website itself. Weird, but that's the way it is. So thank you for the new protector joining the ranks. Really appreciate it. And getting access to all them save games. And if you're looking for a save game and you find that I haven't updated them, or for a game that I played but isn't there, then just let me know in that folder. Then I'll update it. Like let's say you want customer tier, for example, then I just upload that. Hazadashi, thank you for the 17 months. All right, so Hattori, so your YouTube videos, great guides. Thank you. Ask you one question. Of course, your early hub, where do you place it at first? Yeah, I think I actually, in my guide for the new guide for the early hub, I was very specific about where to place it, because it must be in a specific spot. Otherwise, you don't really have room for it. It must be close to the equator, but not on top of. So basically, what you're going to be building is is this part here, but you won't be building all of it in the beginning. And you'll have like the very early parts out here. And if we look at it, then I basically say that, yeah, the line of assemblers should be placed. Now I'm taking these squares. 1 square, 2 squares, 3 squares from the equator. That is the optimal location. 2 squares is also fine, but further out, then it starts getting problem. Why does it need to be there? Because if you build them all the way up here, then these ones will bump into each other once you start placing them down, because this is the absolute maximum or the closest they can be built together. But if you go further up, then they cannot be built at this distance from each other. So it has to be as close as possible to the equator, and having this one 3 in my case, or potentially 2 away from the equator is the ideal. And yes, I know when you start on the planet you don't have room here, but start building it there, because you'll get foundations, and it's more important that you don't have to rebuild the whole thing than it is that you have to get a bit of foundations to push it forward. Thank you, Silver Cecil, and thank you, Varo, for trying to start up some things. It was very much not successful last time, but I do very much appreciate the sentiment and attempts. Yeah, this one is still being requested. I don't know why that's being requested. It's kind of worrying. And that one is for the science. Good. Right. Hey, if I didn't answer, what kind of streamer would I be? The unanswering kind, I guess. Oh, there's some more junk we have an opportunity to clean up. I wish I was as diligent about cleaning up junk in my home as I am in game. It's kind of one of the big mysteries. I wish I was as strict about. Oh, if you see it, you must fix it. That's not how it works at my place, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Right, I think it's time for us to go back to our... Oh, no. I know it's time for us to get started on the science. Yes, get start back up. What do we want the most? More, faster? Do we want that? Do we need it? I don't know. More drones. That's 18,000. 2,000 is not much. Faster drones. Yeah, stacking. Whatever. Stacking might be nice. That one's also nice. And that one's really nice. And range utilization, not particularly important. This one could be done. Yeah, there you go. We have science working again. Don't have a button clicking and robots are... No. That is probably why. Right, so now that we will definitely see that science will stop working for some reason, then, whoops, go the other way. And then all of these builds will just gradually be taken out, because I don't want to build them here. Ah, back to this disaster. Right, let's start with some of the... Let's start with this design principle. The design principle is I'd like to have a location for science that I can build when I have my first blue and red science. And then I upgrade it as I get more science, but I don't take it out at all any times. That's my objective. So that's something we should keep in mind, is that, okay, we should build something that can scale up from the very much nothing all the way to the end. And that's a bit of a challenge. That means we have to sort of consider, how would this look like with only blue and red? And then how would we get things in, and how would we do things something else? And that means if we want the blue and... If we want to start this up when we only have blue and red signs, technically we still want to start it up when we want to get the first red sign. That means we can't even build the drone, the bots. Then but I do think I think I've decided that I want to get things in with oh right, that is the lower limit. We want to get it started from red and blue signs, but we don't want to get it up until we have more than 2 signs per second. A little bit more than 2 signs per second, but not much more than 2 signs per second, because that just doesn't really make sense. Right. At that point, you need a dedicated location, so we don't need to think about it like, oh, how is this going to handle more than 30 per second because you're constrained by one build. Then that's a whole lot of not an issue. It might be able to do 10 per second, sure, but it won't be designed for 30 per second or anything like that. 2, 4, 6, maybe up to 10. I think that's going to be fine, but more than that, nah, don't think so. So with that being said, that's kind of the design parameters of the sort of the lower bounds and the upper bounds of what we want. And I've kind of decided that I don't want to have it coming in by PLS or ILS. It's not a good decision, but it's a decision. Maybe I could just give a little attempt at this. Okay, maybe I do want to get it in like this. Didn't even think of how easy that fit together. I think I like this. Yeah. So, okay, the reason why I'm not so much of a fan, I mean, I like the idea of placing them on top of these and just getting them in here. That's super cool. However, the reason why I'm not so keen on it is that at some point we'll probably outsource the signs, or you might choose to outsource the sign and say, all right, I'm not going to make my green signs on the home planet, I'm going to make it on my second planet. And then you have to bring it from your second planet up to an interstellar logistics, get it over to the first planet, get it from an interstellar logistics into a logistics bot, and then have logistics bot transported up here, and then having it go on the belt. And it just kind of seems, yeah. But if you bring it in on an interstellar logistics, then you still have to bring it up here with drones then. It doesn't make much of a difference, but if you build it locally, then this is better. When do we get each one? Here. As soon as you have titanium, so you do need to get titanium to get there. Why not bring it in within a single interstellar? Because there are 6 items and I don't have an interstellar in the beginning. So if I bring in 6 items in 5 slots, that's just not happening. So it'll have to be 2. Because it also should work for the infinite signs. And this one comes in technically a lot earlier because you only need processors for it, but you still need to go to a second planet for a bit of silicon for this part. But you don't need titanium. Well, you don't need silicon actually. You don't need the second planet for the silicon. If the signs were built on the rings where the rail ejectors are up to 2 per second, then it would be perfect science up. If the sciences were built on the rings where the rail ejectors are anything after that is infinite and a big plant blueprint. Okay, I don't understand any of that. I'm trying. Built on the rings where the rail ejectors are. Yeah, okay, that's obviously not gonna happen. Obviously, I can't make a green science build that takes up... This is just a yellow science build. How could I take it in here? That's not happening. Oh, right, yeah, I don't need these... Yeah... I'm not sure I have a Dyson builder on a stepping planet in my first system, but it's a good point. I'm actually not sure I can guarantee that. But I don't know why I would want to do that. Why? If I don't need more space, I don't need more space. This should be adequate amount of space for us. But I do agree that if we get into the trouble of, oh no, it can't just barely not be built out here, then that might be a thing. There's also the other alternative of just building them straight on these lines and then have them pass through. That's probably really weird. Let me just illustrate if for myself. Don't even know if they can turn like this. Ooh. They're a bit wobbly. Well, that just doesn't make any sense. Well, it's losing some of its regularity by having it here. Yeah. Because then the other one would be out there instead, which now is not. It's kind of symmetrical, but we're not gonna have everything symmetrical anyway. What are you colliding with? I have to remember that this is for blue, red, and yellow, which is gonna come in pretty quickly. So that'll be and then we'll have the actual science towers here, and then we'll have the make. Ugh, how is that gonna be? Let's see. So what did we find out? We found out that these ones are the ones that convert the cubes into hashes, but not actually when we get to the white signs. And then when we get to the white signs, it'll be converted into actually making making the white signs, because that's the same input, all these items, and then it'll have an extra output. Yes. So the ones that when we are in blue, red, yellow, green, purple signs, that domain, they will be taking all of them inbound and converting into signs. But when we then get to the infinite signs, we change the recipe so that the recipe will not be making signs but making white cubes, because now they're still importing. And then I'll take those and lead them in to another one that says this will now be making science out of the cubes.
Illustrious champion returns.
Flaming Roberts, thank you.
Home.
which will obviously not take all of those inbound. 18 months. I like that because I think that we need way more of these to support that. Now, here's the problem. Where do we get the proliferators? I'm kind of thinking proliferators are coming as the fourth one here. Our proliferators are always here, so that's not a problem. So we'll get proliferators sort of running in a circle in here, and then sort of going out where needed. It only need to go out 2 places, and that will be here. Oops. There. I think, honestly, I think I have something that's gonna work. You're gonna go out. We need to clean up all of these temporary ideas that we had. Maybe we'll regret it, but so be it. Well, build it once. I did have a suspicion. I don't know what time it was last time, but I think it was kind of late. And yeah, so that's the other location where it gets out is here. Oh, how does that not fit? Really, we don't have any lines that go all the way out? That one is going all the way out. That line. Yes. So now we have proliferated the output of science packs before they are consumed in the first location, because they'll be put in here. Now the next part we want to do is we want to make sure that the white science going from here before it goes in here, and from there before it goes in there, gets proliferated. That means we also need outputs here. So weird how these are just the most random of places they are being placed here. That one. It should be even, but it doesn't appear to be. Huh. No other ones. That one is the other one that's kind of even. And I'm going to take that out as well. Alright, if you see problems with it or have questions. Hey Skippy, good evening, good to see you. Don't know if you saw this. Ta-da! You are our black hole star. If it's a beginner science hub, I'd make shunts for the red and blue to be close to the matrix lab, since your sorters are less efficient. Yes, definitely. Yeah, they'll be on position 1 and 2. They won't be on. Yeah, no, not really, but yes. Damn it. Let's look. Nah. It's blue science. We already get the Mark II here, and we really quickly get that with Mark III. So it's gonna be with 5 matrix labs. You're using 1 science per second. A basic inserter only provides 1 per second when crossing 1 grid. No. No. It's 1.5 and 0.75. They are annoyingly odd numbers. 1.5 per trip per grid. It's not 1 and 2. It's 1.5. But it doesn't matter. It's a very legitimate point that I want to get it in here. But I don't think it's something that I have to worry too much about, to be perfectly honest, because it is. I can assume that you have not the tier 1 part. Oops, that's the wrong way. I think it's fair enough to assume that when you build this, because the first iteration of this will also not really include this one and this one, because you don't have those yet. So it'll just be making 2 rings, and you'll be bringing them in from wherever you build it all the way up with lines. Or you might not even do it, and then when you make it for the yellow signs, that's when you want to get this one out, I think. Let's see. Weird how this and this, isn't that the same locations? 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're gonna be slightly wobbly, but they're good. Oops. That's the wrong way. There. That's also kind of symmetrical, right? The grid scale is numerically exact ratios. What? Right, so I really like this much better. The only reason, or the only problem I would say, is that when you build this, there will have to be some things you have to manually do when stamping down the next blueprint, because each blueprint will be sort of starting from scratch. Right? It might be at the same location, but for example, if we start out by having these 3 high, and then I want to make him 5 high. Well, I can't put a blueprint on top of it, so you're going to have to put that up. That means for the actual guide of it, I'm going to have to say, this is what we do. And when you, for example, get the first one of these, then you have to empty that part, put it in here. When you get the first proliferator, you get it in here. When you get, like, all the stuff works, but it's not in a way that can be just stamped down on top of each other easily, right? If you get what I mean, like, it's not a blueprint that you just stamp on top of each other, because there are some things that towers go from 3 high to 5 high to 7 high or whatever, and you go from not having planetary logistics to having planetary logistics. You go from having Mark 2 proliferator to Mark 3 proliferators. All of those things cannot be handled in the blueprint. The sitter? What is a sitter? Speed up X tiles per second. This result. Huh? So if I build it like this and then consider how to allow it to be doing other things as well. Oh. That's really problematic though. I guess that would be here. No, be one off. There. There. And then of course we have the issue here. That maybe we could do this instead. Again, this is... Whoops, there's something weird here. What are you doing? So this gets us power with everything except for the one in the middle, which will now be doing that and having a million connections. Can't you use one of your spare PLS slots for proliferate around logistics, or do you want to keep them in design? I could use that, yes. That would be super easy, but I am actually saying, sort of from a consistency perspective, every single thing that is being proliferated is coming out, is being proliferated by these. So, because the first thing you're going to build somewhere is a little build that takes care of your Mark II proliferation, and you don't have PLSs at that point. So you put them to the bot network, and then you send them out. And then later on, we will be doing it like I'm doing it here. Like you're doing this, because that's how I do it on every planet. Every planet, this is coming in with bots, and that's just the design thing. I know it's a lot easier to do that, but then it wouldn't be consistent. And if I'm anything, then it's consistent. So. Oh, here we go. Oh, what kind of nuke build was this? And we don't have all of this. Whoops, that was probably not smart. I should have just done that one. To be there. You don't need to be there. And this thing will have to be here. Not there. Yes, here. This. Nope. Yes, that's the 4. Needed. So these are now getting all... Oh, that's inconsistent. Is it? No, that looks good. That looks good. Okay, they are like... They're coming from this side. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 distance. And... Good evening. Oh, chat post scroll thing. And this... Copy from here to that one. And these are making white cubes. This is supposed to be cubes. And you're also supposed to make cubes, right? What the hell did I just do? Yes, like that. That one. Yes, this is the one that takes all of it. I find your lack of matrix disturbing. There. So this is going to be the final build. I like it. I think it makes sense. Let's see. The inner ones. They need to be different. Because this will need to be blue, red, and yellow. It's not going to be a rainbow, unfortunately. And on the other side, I will then get in the order that they're being added. So there. There and there. I like it. I like this idea. Kind of have to, right? It is my idea, so kind of have to like it. No, don't steal it, you bastard. From where are you feeding the railguns now? I think we're always feeding them from here. But guess we're not really feeding them right now. Remote demand? Remote demand is empty. That's a disaster. No, that should never happen. That I was guaranteeing. I was promised this would never happen. Oh no, I'm gonna need to get distracted now. Oh no. I want to get the other science facility to shut up. There it is. You will now shut up. Oh no. There. And instead I will be requesting it in here. Let's do that. I feel pretty confident by doing this. And I think breaking it down into sub tiers is something I'm going to do for myself off camera for preparations. It's my bad for pointing it out. Well, I mean, unless you're the one who stole all my solar panels, then I can't really be yelling at you. Well, I can, but I probably shouldn't. Wonder how it works, this circular thing. It should be fine, right? Yeah. There's no way that it can jam. Guess we still have to build the stages of it. This is the final form. Yeah, I don't want to build that because that's going to be a lot of fidgeting with sort of taking things in and out and using lower tier belts. That's something I think I'll just do on my own time, just because it's going to be very much manipulating with a lot of save games. So I have set up a save game for each, not each state, but previous to each state, and then building it. And that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Okay, is it working? It does seem like it's working. These ones are converting as fast as they can. It definitely doesn't need to go as high as it goes here. Now, if anyone has skills in this kind of thing, then I think we've found out that I need 4 of these towers for 1 of those towers. But 2 to 1 is also fine. It's just that how high do I have to build the tower? Because this is obviously way too much. But I cannot for the life of me figure out how these forms work. Will the population be kept if they are being put back into the station and thus in the pool? Yeah, sure. They will. Each item is kept track of it. You can see here these are notices that they are level 2. It means that they're actually more close. You can see how close they are to level 3. Weirdly enough, they should be updating. Yes, you can see here every time I hover over it, more and more of them are updated to Mark 3. because as they sort of roll around, a bigger percentage gets converted to Mark 3s. And either way, they will always be upgraded before they go out. Yep. So it doesn't lose proliferation. You can proliferate and ship them off to the other end of the world and they'll still be proliferated. They'll do some evening out, so if you have like 50% with 2 stars and 50% with no stars or chevrons, then it averages out and says everyone has 1 chevron instead. That the inner ring, sometimes it does that. The ring PLS can be stamped down first, with the outer ring PLS can be stamped down later. So essentially 2-part blueprint with the white signs as the third. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm thinking I might even go so far as to say for the first blueprint, I am not making it a loop. I'm just simply bringing it, saying you bring the blue one in here and the red one in here, and they go a loop almost around, but not sort of loop in itself. Because then when I stamp down this, then I can actually just have that as a blueprint which stamps this one down, and then you have the first 3. I mean, I can imagine like a blueprint. I don't know the tiers of belts and inserters. I'll have to look at that, what I think is reasonable. But the first tier will be these 4 towers to the extent of 3 high. Then no PLS, no proliferation. Just bring the belt in here, let it spin around, not all the way around. Second will be adding the proliferation with a Mark 1, with a Mark 2 proliferation here, and the PLS and the yellow line. That's going to be the second tier. So basically, when you have the PLS, that is going to be before you have the yellow, but stamp it down, it'll merge with the rest of it. It's going to be awesome. Yay. The only thing though is that you'd have to make these inserters yourself. Yeah, I can do that. I think I know I want. I think I want to make sure that all 3 lines are there. It's going to be a problem on the outside line though, because if the outer lines are not part of the blueprint, then the outer lines will not get inserted ever, because you can't stamp down a blueprint that adds the inserters to an already existing build. But that's the part where that's why it's a guide and not just blueprints. Then, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll just test it. I'm happy to be wrong. I like being wrong. Use now. Didn't get it. So I just tested it, so that's going to be the end of that discussion. I always prefer testing things. And we're going to need to get it back online. And now we need to figure out why you're not working. And then have to figure out why the solar panels are not working. Ugh. Well, well, well. So we do need this one for this here. Okay. Are a crown of knowledge. They are. A footstool. But the white sign stamp will already include the sorters to be placed across all belts. All 6 belts. No. Because that's going to be needed already for the purple and green signs. What the white signs adds is this part here. This tower and these lines. Alright, so we now know why this didn't work. Boo. Boo. And I also know why soon another one won't work either. Okay, let's make sure that there are 2 things that we are currently requesting that isn't requested up here. And if we need it up here. Oops, this is not working. Oh, pink containers are not being built professionally. This one should only have 2, so this will be what are the 2 things we wanted? It's sulfuric acid and it is that one. I'm just requesting sulfuric acid as well, because you might need it on this planet. What about including a minimal belt stop with inserters? Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about that as well. I just think that it's going to be polluting a lot of the blueprints, so it's one of those things where I'll have to look at what it looks like, because it might be just look really bad, but it also might be just fine. There and oh, that's already been emptied. Okay. And there and there. The first 3 are already here. Sweet. Alright, I think that's it. But you can make blueprint inserters without the machines or belts. Just got to carefully manually delete everything that will cause the conflict before saving. Ah, okay. Let me try that. I hear what you're saying, and it's probably it's a really good idea. Let's try like an easy example. All right, so we want to have something like this, and now I want to have a blueprint that adds this one and that one. So I would take a blueprint of the whole thing, remove that, and then use it. And then I take this out and then use my blueprint, and then it would actually have an inserter that connects to nothing. And it would connect. Yes, you're right. We can do that as well. Good. So that's how it's going to be done. Thank you, Camswind. Good. That's probably also how you did it, Draconis. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what you're saying. It matters how you say it. Because if I don't get it, then it's not good enough. I have to make sure that I understand it. You are missing... Oh, that's awful. Really? Wasn't that something we'd already fixed that? Didn't we request this inbound oil? Yeah. Local demand. But you're not supposed to be local demand. You're supposed to be global demand and then local supply. We're supposed to be like this. Huh. That's weird that are we not really... Oh, we are requesting something inbound, but that's weird why we... This one I would expect just goes bloop, 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 because I know that... There we go. Odd that it didn't happen instantly. And also odd that these are not flying out to grab it themselves. But I did expect that we would have that. Okay. Now this is also kind of a bad build because all of this could just be replaced by getting... Yeah. Just... Oh. Oh, these builds are awful. Every single one of the science builds have to be redone and improved. Okay, so I think this is getting started again. Now it's time for us to look at our planet blueprint, planet overview here, and take a look at where are we making solar sails. I'm making so much crap everywhere that I have no idea where things are built. Solar sails 100. Okay, Bartek 1 in overkill plus 1. Okay, so overkill plus 1 system, that is over here. And then we have Bartek 1. Alright. Happily, off we go. Off into the wondrous world. And as we are in hyperspace, that is the time when I thank the patrons for supporting. There's been a few new patrons here, and this is one of those things where there are new patrons joining, and maybe you're thinking here like, oh, that's cool, always new patrons. Yeah, trust me, there are more canceling than there are adding. So it's really nice to see that there are still some new people coming in, and I really appreciate it, and I love that support, and I really, yeah, really privileged for that. And our newest star here in this system is, of course, Guy in the Cube, who is already somewhere out here. Guy in the Cube, yay! There we go. All right, before we go. Oh, by the way, for moderators, these are the kind of things when we see we run out of solar sails, it's okay to make a prediction or something like that, like guess what we are out of. No, I didn't take my break. Oh, it's because I forgot to set up my warnings for break. Let me just do that and then notice that I missed my break. There we go. At least the other two I can remember. So we're going to take a break, and while I'm taking a break, if there's a moderator that awake, let's make a prediction on what we think is missing. What is the reason for the solar sails not working? It could be they're working, they're just consumed faster than they're produced. That's one option, for example. It could be optical grading crystal could be running out. It could be something else. What else does it... Oh, it could be graphene. I guess those are the options. So it's working, it's just being consumed too fast. And then optical grading crystal or graphene. Those would be like things to guess. But I don't know if there are any moderators available. We'll just see. I'll just take a break and then hope that something happens, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. There. Well, that's odd. So, no moderators around. That's funny because when I play Darkest Dungeon on Friday, then it's basically a moderator-only chat. So, interesting. Maybe we need new moderators that are interested and available for joining when we play Dyson Sphere program. Or it's just a random thing today. Assuming you'll be switching all signs to blue proliferation, won't be needed to be yellow signs for that to unlock. Yeah. Yes. Bacon bread. You're right. You're right. But it's when I do the proliferation first, I'll do the proliferation Mark II because that's what I expect to have. Naria, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it. And thank you, Tekavara. What does the pseudo mod mean? Alright, let's have a look at why it's not working. Oh, there's a bit left here. Also interesting how it does not go up currently. Well, that's kind of peculiar why we have that on the belt. I have no explanation. Literally no explanation. It is beyond me. Sugar cubes are there. Hydrogen is not there. Oh, is this the right build or is it the wrong build? Optical grading crystal is dead. 1000. I have 1000 optical grading crystal. Yeah, where was that option? Is this my blueprint? Is this the one I like or is it the one I don't like? I don't even know. I think this is the one I like. So why is it not working? Yeah, this is the one I don't like. Because it's fat. This one is slim. So this is the one I like. And we need to... The good news about this running out is that I can delete the rest of the crap. Yeah. And the... Okay. The bad news is I need to find a way to get more stuff in here. This one's also working, but these are not working. Good. Ah, oh, damn it. No more sugar cubes for you. Nope. 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 Right. Off you go with that. Let's see. Put you here. Yeah, don't think I can take all of this out. Oops. One, two, three, and there. There you go in here. Let's see if we can sort of shovel things into these locations so we buy ourselves more inventory space. That's already there. That one. Don't know why I have these. Definitely don't want to carry around fractionators. Yep. This new feature, such a small little change, but really nice. Oh, we don't have it. Right, so now we've deleted the wrong ones, and no one could have invented smelting vape, but that wasn't actually the real problem. The real problem was optical grading crystals. There. Okay, so what the hell are we gonna do now? We have 900 optical grading crystals. Do we have anywhere else that has this? I have 1 million here. That's it, right? Well, that's unfortunate. 3.7 million. I don't know what I'm doing, because I don't know if I even want to go out here and take another planet just for optical grading crystals. On the other hand, I'm kind of hoping to just see like 15 million, and then I go like, I can't help myself, I must take it. Or something to that effect. 3.7 is our best bet right now. And that's not overwhelming. Up to 8 million. Ooh, Kappa Aputis. Okay, 8 million. That's something. That's gonna be lasting. That's not something. Well, this one had 12 million spiniform. That was why we took Gynacube, wasn't it? Yeah, for the 14 million. Yep. Don't know, maybe, you know, kind of. Right, so let's do this in a I think this is also like the furthest away we can get, like 100 million iron ore. So yeah, it's 21 light years away. It's gonna take forever to go out there. Let's have a look at what else, how many planets it has. 1, 2, 3.5 plus 4, and oh whoa, it has 2 gas giants. Oh man, well, that is fire ice for days as well. One, or yeah, but it's not 3 glass. It's prisms and then also that. That's why I'm preferring that. But you're absolutely right, and it would be an interesting thing to take this blueprint. Yeah, so this is like the next part is how would this blueprint look if we had to step up that part. What is this? This is a quantum chemical plant. Okay, this is as good as it gets. So basically what we need to do is like this can definitely shift further that way. No problem. It can shift like 1, 2, 3 squares, I would say, plus a little bit more compression. And then we basically have to say, okay, what is it I need to build? I need to make prisms before this. Let's design it and see if we like the design. Storage. Storage, no. That's okay. For the rares, then it is good for those special machines that need it. Yeah, but 28 million times whatever proliferation or whatever range utilization I have, that means that I'll never be using that. Like, for example, if we look at our total amount of unipolar magnets, like I have 700,000 plus this location has less than 400,000. So I have a total of 1.1 million unipolar magnets in the entire galaxy. That's it. So in that case, I am not going to use unipolar magnets for this recipe because that's 10 for each. That means 100,000 of these plus whatever reinforcing, and then poof, gone. I can never make any what is it that needs it? It's the good smelters, right? Yeah, it's the smelters. 15 here. So for unipolar magnets, I don't want to use unipolar magnets for anything except the plain smelter. But for optical grading crystal, that's so much more. Then I've got to use it for something, and the options are Casimir crystals, which is 8 optical grading crystals instead of 1. That's not good. Or the other one is here. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. This is the one that I want to use. But anyway, let's try and see if we can make something that looks cool, and then if we can, we'll be considering so that, hey, there are 2 different blueprints if you want to use optical grading crystal or you want to use stone or glass. Basically, it's glass, right? Right. First, I need to figure out how much inbound we have here. This is each of these is consuming. There. There. Good. So each of these is consuming 2 every 3 seconds. That means 2 every 2 seconds because of the crafting speed. So it needs 1 every second. And how many do I have? I have 6 times 4, that's 24. So I need 24 inbound after proliferation. So let's figure out how many we want to make.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Solstorth, thank you for the 4 months. Prisms. Alright. So you are making 1.5 per second. Hey, Tegevaro, thank you for the 200 bits. Alright, that's the 3rd time you are trying to start something, and I really appreciate it. And there might also be a few other familiar faces that are also trying to start something. Hey, what a surprise! Thank you so much, Silver Cecil, for always being there. I really wish I could find something that we could do these kind of things. And Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. Alright, math, yay. That's 1.5 per second. times the crafting speed, 1.5, times the proliferation. That means each one is making 2.81 per second. And I needed 24 divided by 2.81.
Tales of our endeavors
That means I need 9
proliferate.
of these. What an awful number. Two times 5 would be the right answer. Artbog, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
Our modest fellowship
Hrothgar
expands.
Skykely.
Praise the sun.
Thank you for gifting us up. Hrothgar is a giant, I suppose. I would think that I would want to get this
Our modest fellowship expands.
a bit further out.
Praise the sun.
And then that would be... Oh, how did that change?
A resplendent
Hey Kivaro!
offering.
Oh, MDeb, thank you for the gift hub. And take Kivaro with 5,000 bits. Alright, now it's serious. Serious business. Prisms. And then I'm thinking... Oh, these are not proliferated. Oh. Oh? Oh? What? It's a boost train. Every hype train is a boost train. And boost trains do absolutely nothing. So the benefit of doing a boost train is the fact that it's the same as a hype train. So it does 2 things. If we get to a level 5, it does stuff. If we don't get to level 5, I'm just appreciating the support. But if we get to level 5, we get 1 more hour of streaming, and the winners, the hype chain conductors, get a planet each, and that also sort of keeps the series going. All right, let's try and say 10 of these. 10 of these, they produce 1.5 per second times 1.5, that's 15 times the proliferation, no, not proliferation, times the crafting speed times 1.5, oh, 15 times 1.5, that,
Our illustrious
22.5, so this is not enough. Unproliferated, this is not enough. Tipsus, maybe, thank you for the 7 months. Well, just trying to figure out where. Oh, I'm getting. This is where. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have to start over with this part. So I think I need to get 12 of these. Glass. Right. This continues. No, I don't like it. Oh man, we have Tekevaro just adding so much to the hype train. Can we get a little bit? Yeah, Outberg, thank you. A little bit more. A little bit more. What is it now? Level 2? Or level 3? Level 2. Ah, okay, yeah. There. I had to get it off the platform. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. It's been really difficult lately to sort of figure out what it is that has to happen. So this is actually going to be working just fine because it'll fit with this build as well. So it goes straight in here. That's good. But I'm still missing now this part here. I could make that. What if I made it like something like out here? And then sort of lead it in between. That could work.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Whoa, Viking Brit, thank you for you taking care of level 3 just all by yourself. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. Wow, very nicely done. All right, so Tekevaro took care of level 1, and Outbrook level 2, and Viking Brit level 3. So who's gonna take care of level 4? Level 5 is worse. And okay, so it's, yeah, this is definitely too close. So let's just move it a little bit up here. Yeah. This is now the outbound, so I don't need that here. I don't need this here. And I need it here. And that means I could build maybe. Nah, not really. It's damn close. Right, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes, and we are at a magnificent 0%, but we are at a level 3, so that is very nice. Which one is the highest capacity? It's iron, so we get the iron in out here in the middle, for example. And then we get copper out here. What is... This doesn't make any sense. Oh, it does make sense. There. Those will be the 3 items outbound, I guess. Yeah. Whew. Halfway there. It's always the problem when we are stuck on just 0%. It's not so encouraging to get the ball rolling. And that one here. No. Yes. It's not correct. There you go. And from here it goes up. And Pencil, thank you for fueling for the train. Thank you for the 200 bits. Alright, it's now at 1%. We just need 99% and then we're good. Just 99%. There. How wide is this? Yeah, 1 minute and 20. Don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, so I guess this can work just fine, I guess. Then we just need this build here. Because now we have inbound 60 seconds. This will be the output. Well, this doesn't make any sense. Not that one. I guess level 3 it is. There. Which is also very nice. No extra planets though. And that will be, there you go, that was it. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course, particularly to Tekevara, Viking Brit for the conductors, but also Artbug for also pushing it along. Thank you very much. Six of these. We're making solar sails now, but solar sails without using optical grading crystals, and then we're seeing if we have space for it. Okay, so this is one option, but there's also another option of putting it on the outside. I'm just trying to figure out if that's going to look better or be easier. Let's try it on one side and get them on the outside instead here. That would mean we still have this one going in. There's also the other option of saying like the two middle ones will be the outputs. Okay, yeah, okay. I want to now design it in a way that my outputs are going to be next to each other, because that's just nice, right? So my outputs will be these two, not that one. And now we need to figure out a way to do that. So that means for this, I'm going to need to get the glass on the outbound side. There. Glass goes out and comes back in and gets put on one of these belts. Probably the one that's furthest away. That's the one that makes sense, because now I actually free up some more. That one. This will now be copper, and this will be iron. Which goes out, and then I think this is better, isn't it? The other alternative is no. So this will be input, input, output. But I'm not sure how fast that is. That's 2 per second. This is producing more than 2 per second. Even though it has stacking, then it's just clumsy. We do need one on the other side. Yeah, so now this will be... The only thing I don't like about it is the fact that it sort of reaches over this line, but it's not really a big deal. It's actually not a deal at all. This seems good. I think this is better. The only reason I don't want to have it out here is this width. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus 12. 9 plus 12, that's not much. 21. Okay, so it's not even close to... It can maximum be 25 wide. And this is 21. So, not a problem. We can bring stuff out on the outside as well. And it's going to be super easy to make... There. That's going to be the proliferating. That just goes out there and there, that's it. And then it continues down here, but that's afterwards. And nothing goes out on this belt. And let me just fix them so they are identical. This is going to be iron outbound, and the next one is... Yeah. Oh no, I just remembered something. This is deliberately splitting out to 2 sides. We'll see. We'll see. And the last one is the copper on the outside. Down there. Doesn't it feel a bit weird not to do it like this? I think this is nicer. On the other hand, if I do it this way, I can move the whole damn thing like that. That is not bad. That is actually preferable. This does have to be a pretty compact build. So a compact build like this is... Oh, I'm stuck inside. It's weird. Okay. And you're going out. I like this. Now it makes a lot more sense why it's placed exactly where it's placed. Missing belts. Maybe the outside inbound place on the inside. Yep. It's 12 and 12 unproliferated. Let's just go through it. 12 times 1.5 per second times 1.5 crafting speed. That's 27, and I need to make 24. So this is good. And then it goes into this build. Which is now has to be... This is now an outbound. That one. That's not good, because that's going to be bumping into other things that don't like having this one here. Like the proliferator coming by. So that's not happening. One thing I could do if I wanted to use a splitter would be something like this, and then this one would be turned into a different kind of splitter, like that's the only reasonable other option, because then it allows a belt to run by here for the proliferation. But check prism count. I forgot to remove this. You're right. Thank you. These are always problematic to place. And that one as well. That's better. Thank you. And that, exactly, it compresses even further, which is nice. And you going in, who are staying up, and then going in. And that means well, it needs to go further out anyway. That means the whole thing out here can just be pushed one over. Hey brother, thank you for the 9 months. Now we do this part. Use, and then I stamp it down. There. What are we not liking? That one, okay. There. No quantum? Well, that's not correct. I have them right here. Yeah, that can't be done. So it does have to be here. Not that it really matters. This makes sense, I think. It's slightly more, but it's still well within our available space. And then the question just becomes whether we like this more or not. Well, you are going to be inbound. Inbound. There in the middle? Yes. Good. Maybe. And we do not have any import of or inbound of that. We do have no stone. So now this is the worst place we could have built this on. Remote demand. Glass. Okay, we have plenty of glass, so that's not a problem. So I'll just do this. I want to build the whole thing before firing it up. 7 crystal burning stone, yes. But I need all my stone for concrete. There. And then let's go that one, and that one. That makes sense, right? There. I think that makes sense. You go on top. Alright, so let's get this one. This will be pretty simple. It'll be... The only thing that matters is... what? Oh, I do all... I do need a glass out here. That actually makes it even better, because then it's just using more space. Alright, you are going to be close. And then you're going to be... close. You're going to be middle and middle. Middle and... middle. Close and close. Maybe. And these should be already exist. No, they're not going to be the same. Well, it's going to be like the usual of inbound, 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 and inbound, and then out here it's going to be out and there. So now we need the proliferation taken care of. That's going to be here. That's going to be the usual. Can I just copy, paste settings? Yeah, I can. Okay, that's kind of a lot. Let's do it like this. I think that looks better. You're obviously not doing anything yet with all of this. Alright, let's fire it up and see if it works. And I do not trim my my belts here. They are the same length as yeah, the input. Come on, copper. There. Each of these is producing 2 per second, but crafting speed, that's 3 per second. Yep. So that's 3 and 6. So 6 go down here, and each of these is consuming half as much as prisms, and I am now... Yeah, okay. That makes sense. This is producing 6, and this is producing 12. This is producing 2 per second. 3 per 2 seconds. What? No, it's consuming 3 per 2 seconds. It's outputting 2 per 2 seconds. So it's outputting 3 per 2 seconds. It's outputting 1.5 each. That's the part where is it 12 times 1.5 per second. That's 18 times crafting speed. That's 27. So, okay. So it should be 24, which means I could take out 2 of these, but there is really no reason to it. Or is there? No, 10 wouldn't be enough. I could take out 1. Whoops, why is this inconsistent? Oh, I think I know why. Oops. I don't like that kink here. Yeah, it does look really weird, doesn't it? This is also an option, but it doesn't really change. It looks better, but then it has problems over here, but that's kind of something I don't need to worry about. Yeah. So that one can go out here and just stay out. Doesn't make it much better. Still has a weird kink. Yeah, why not just into the belt? I don't know, sometimes I just like making things more difficult for myself, so. I can't really figure out if this is going to be better or worse. Like whether it's this one should be prioritized or the other one should be prioritized. I think it would be better to prioritize the dedicated lanes so that, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it shouldn't matter because it is of course perfectly done. Yeah. I think graphene should be made elsewhere since it's used for more things. It is technically most of your build. Get the initial product. Yeah, I agree to some extent, but yeah. Okay, generally yes. This case, no. Why? Because I want to make sure that this build is always working. As you can see, it wasn't, but I want to make sure that it's always working. And if I request graphene from somewhere else, then I'm starting to compete with other things that I can't even figure out what is. And something like solar panels or solar cells might be something I need a lot of or not at all, which means it's really hard to balance the consumption rate. And for that reason, I'd like to just say, yeah, it's fire ice, whatever. You will always have more fire ice. The only thing that we do not have, though, is a warning. And that warning should be... definitely should be here. Whoops. No. There's just enough room here. I don't care about the throughput. I just care that there is a throughput.
Our illustrious champion.
Illustrious champion, Tallman, 42 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Yep. Sometimes you don't have time to come by, but I appreciate when you do. There. And the icon is solar cells. Right. Actually, maybe that's not even it. Maybe I want to take it. Yeah, I want to take it another place. I want to take it out to this lane instead. That's a much better place. Because this means, does it actually flow from here? Very distracting. Start on building one thing and then decide to build Yes, yeah, but that's also like the beautiful part of it. Like you suddenly get distracted and you go like, oh, I don't have solar cells, and then you spend the next couple of hours on solar cells, and afterwards you go like, what did I want to build today? But I feel we've done pretty well on our build. Yeah, exactly. The distractions are interesting and not annoying. Thank you. I think that's a good point. Like, you go like, oh, I wonder why this is not working. That's weird. And then you spend some time on figuring out, and then it turns out that it's a long chain of convoluted things, and of course it didn't work. That was so obvious. Why couldn't you see that? That kind of thing. And then eventually you fix it. You end up just doing a new design here because of a prompt of why not do something. So I hope that also makes sense that why I'd much rather be reliant on fire ice that you can get from any gas giant than I would be relying on on graphene that I probably create one place in the galaxy. In this case, I'm now relying on fire ice that I know that I'm going to have nearby. I'm relying on iron, copper, and glass, which I know I'm going to have multiple places in the galaxy. And those are the inputs that I rely on. Graphene is something I'm going to have one place, and then do I have to scale it up to match my solar production? That means when I want to make small solar cells, then I also have to go to the graphene and sort of figure out that also needs to scale up. This is the advantage of these integrated builds, is that you use as basic components as possible. And that's why I choose to have this step in here. Sorry. I think I managed to mute at least. Right. Which one of these builds do you prefer? The one that works or the one that doesn't work? Yeah, well, it's because I stepped into the green screen. If I do, then it also is the same kind of green, and then it disappears. Because I'm when I explode in cascades of snot, I'm turning green. That's what happened. If you want to see something really annoying, I'm gonna annoy you a lot. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the red dot? No, there's no red dot. No red dot. Where is it? Nope. No red dot today. I guess we... Damn. There's apparently a pixel on my camera that's not working, and someone was being driven crazy by it. It's there! Okay, good. Now you saw it. I saw it. Great, great, great. Perfect. Now you can't unsee it. Yep. And this is one of those things. Do I want to spend €1,000 on a new camera because there's one dead pixel? Well, I think not. So, yeah, that's not happening right now, for sure. Right, we are going to be building a lot of this. Like, we have 3 of these. How much is it actually making? I don't even know. How old is that camera? 3-4 years old. I got it. No, 3 years old. I think I got it after I started sort of my pro career. And the problem is that this camera is an old camera. It is a Sony 5100. And then you go like, but there are much better ones. Yes, but not actually for streaming, because this has some of the newer cameras, they go on standby after 30 minutes, and that's kind of unfortunate. This one, you can get an external battery and it does not go on standby, and that's something they've added to newer cameras. It's pretty silly. So Some of the newer cameras come without dead pixels. Yeah, but then I can only do 30-minute streams, and that's maybe also like kind of. I mean, I know, of course, you can get newer cameras, but there's also the part about when you get a new camera, you get this really expensive piece of equipment.
Subscriber arrives.
Anubis
Fills you with determination.
Amkra, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Like, you get this new equipment and you don't know if it's gonna work for your specific need, because you go into a photo, a camera shop, and they talk like, oh, they talk about the zooms and the environments and the ISO settings and the shutter speed, and I go like, don't care, just need it for streaming. Can I do that? And go like, yeah. And then you buy it, you bring it home, and you don't know if it's gonna work. That's the worst kind of IT problem. It's like you set it up and you've done everything right, but there's no picture on the computer, and you go like, now what? Is this a thing that I just somewhere there's a checkbox that I just need to check it and then it works, or is this one of those things it's never gonna work? No matter what you do, this cannot work because formatting, transfer speeds, crap, the junk, something. Worst kind of issues, right? What are we calling this? I don't know. Each one of these is making one every 2 seconds, and we have 40. So 40 divided by 2, that's 20, times 1.5, that's the crafting speed, that's 30, times 1.25, that's 37.5. Let's go in and see if that's also what my solar sail build says. 37.5, yes, and that's the old one. It's an older code, but it checks out. This one, and I do need to now I think it's more important that I illustrate that it's using that. Out of 3 solar sails, the good stuff, and glasses input. Fuck me, I just overrode the other one. Of course I did. Will override existing file. Boo! I need more warnings. I am like the, really right now I feel like the people who put all of their cryptocurrency on FTX and go like, I just wish a few thousand more people would also have warned me, then I would have listened. It's not enough that thousands of people have said, don't put all your savings on a startup run by a random 28-year-old who runs it out of his cellar or his basement in Bahamas. Maybe don't put all of your life savings with that dude. But if only a couple of thousand more people would have said that, maybe I wouldn't have made that mistake. Oddly specific. Glass. That's not what I wanted. Even entrust anyone else with your key to your money. I mean, you do that with a bank, right? That's kind of how banks work. You give them your money and you trust them. Lawyers as well. Trust them with whatever, as long as you pay them. Optical. That one. I know I forgot my break. I haven't forgotten it. I just thought I could just do this before my break. Good. So now that one is junk. Yes. there. Sweet. Now I have those. And they are, of course, already on my Google Drive in case you want this blueprint. 2 of the 3 most interesting streams overlap with my sports times. Well, that's an obvious solution to that. Don't... Hey, hold on. 2 of the 3 most interesting streams overlap. What are those? Let me hear it. Which ones are not interesting in your opinion? 2 of the 3, so it's 3 of the streams that are interesting. Huh. What am I next week I'm streaming Cosmotier, Floodland, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere program, and Darkest Dungeon 3. That's a lot of different stuff next week, but no God of War. Anyway, taking a break, and be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll stamp down a few of these and figure out what the next thing that's broken, what that will be. There, be back in 2. And welcome back. Thank you all for joining. Let's see. So, let's hear it. Torman, not really big on DSP or Darkest Dungeon. It's because they're too clever. They're too advanced for you. That must be it. It's the slow pace of Satisfactory that you can keep up. That must be it. Yeah, enemies in DSP next year. Not enough prisms being made. Not enough prisms. That's weird. That's why I feel safe here. Good. It's good, safe environment with good supportive attitude. Great. So, Viking Bread. In the build, were the crystals going to the outside assemblers? I saw the line running down the middle, but not on the outside. Yeah. That's the difference from this one. In this case, they are running down the middle and at the end get split and go running back on the outside. So I sort of flipped from being 3 inputs to being 2 inputs. That's the difference. But we're saying that this is not producing enough. That is actually, it looks correct. I don't like it, but it looks correct. It looks like you are right. Now, let's try and do the calculations again and figure out what the hell the problem is. All right, looking at input, so no proliferation. Every 3 seconds, it needs 2 prisms. So that is 1.5. No, that is 2 divided by 3. That's 0.67 prisms per second. Multiplied by 1.5. It's got to be 1. 1 prism per second, and there are 24 of these. That should be 24 in total. So, are we not making 24? And then let's look at this one. This is now producing, every 2 seconds, it's producing 1. So I have now, 6 times 1. That's 6 times 1.5. That's 9. Oops. I don't know how I got there, but that's only 9. I needed 16. If I had 16 of these, they would produce 1 per second times 1.5. That's the 24 I needed. They produce 2 per 2 seconds. But 2 per 2 seconds is kind of the same as 1 per 1 second. Right, so actually, turns out I was right all along. Right, well, that's not the end of the world. It's close though, but not quite. And also that comment about I had sort of grabbed some other blueprint as well. Yes, blame cyber. Yes. What was that about DSP being too advanced? Hey, I just said it's too advanced for Tom. I didn't say it wasn't too advanced for me as well. So yeah, that's why we're hanging out here, all of us. Yeah, I know it's not going to be building this perfectly. Is it blinking? No, it's not. Somehow this bothers me that I can place this. Because you don't place it on top of something, you place it around. I know it's perfectly fine that you can do it, but something that's just like, it shouldn't be possible. Right, well the good news is it now starts looking a bit more like it's intended that to use exactly the entire block here. Where you at times do well, at times. Well, I think that also we have some more tools in Factorio, but yep. Is it 4x4? I said nothing about it seems wrong. You just noticed that it's 4x4. Did you know that it's 4x4? You're right. Alright, let me take the other ones and quiet you down. Quiet you down. Quiet you down, and you, and you. There. Let's see. So this one I'm gonna take out as well because I'm gonna need to. Oh, that's not really great. I actually shouldn't be building here because this residual space is not big enough for anything else. So I think I need to build it over here instead. Alright, either case, I am going to need to redo the blueprint. That one. Nope. That one. From here. Will override. That is good. That is the intention. Solar sails, and this will be the glass version. Good. Glass version and the optical grading crystal version. And what about my inventory? Yeah. Go! But I also kind of don't want these anymore. Because this needs to be removed as well. Oops, why is... Oh, it's this one. Well, that's kind of okay. That just proves that my design here works. My warning system works. There we go. And I also need to take you out. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Go away. Right now I'm following the nearest ABC and always be crafting more ships. Yes. You're gonna need it. Suddenly you need a lot. And then you go, damn it, it takes a long time to build, so just build up a stockpile of them. Good. That one will be allowed to run for a little bit longer. Can you use fire ice and still get the no rail? Yes, you can. The glass build. Let's see. Now it's just going to be plopped down. Completely default, and then we'll see if it works. Let me get that one done. Science is working. Not working fast, but it's working. If you mine it, it doesn't count. I would imagine that if you mine it from a location like this, it doesn't work. Hey, BD Harris Jr., thank you for the 18 months, 1.5 years. What the hell are you doing there? This one's also very dead, isn't it? Yeah. Very dead. Now we're kind of running out of stuff. What are we running out of? Nothing. Really. Get this one done. Get the head up there. So Astrogram is out in early access. Have you played it again recently? I did. I fucking hated it. I played it in May. It's a bit rough to say it like that, but I did not have a good time. I played it in May and I was like, okay, if I do like this, then it kind of looks okay, and it's early access, it's one-man company, though it's not early access, it is way before its Kickstarter level. It's okay. I can kind of I'll see the potential. I won't see the product, I'll see the potential. But now it's a half a year later, and the stuff that I was like, this is definitely gonna get fixed, is still there. And that's the part that really annoyed me. Some of the things were like, okay, this is not okay. But you know, it's early access, or it's Kickstarter level, first view, that's okay. But many of the design decisions I just did not agree with. I found it to be way too slow and grindy to get started. I found it to be like the idea that you don't have any space, and when you take a new asteroid and connect them, then you can't get power across, and that's just such an arbitrarily weird rule that is just there for sort of annoying the player. And I just, there were so many things that were just like, no. Like, when you place something and you pick it up, you can't use it. You can use it again as that thing, but you don't get the raw materials back. I was just like, like Voxel games have this problem that they are looking, Voxel factory games, all of them. So this includes Tectonica and Foundry. They have this problem that they look at Factorio and go like, wouldn't it be cool in 3D? And then they make it in 3D and then not realizing that when you are having this view, as we have in Dyson Sphere program and in Factorio, it's not a problem to do inserters because you can, in this awesome game, just do that and then you have it. But when you're in there, then you place an inserter and then you have to go around it and place another inserter and then walk around it and place another inserter, and it just gets super tedious and you can't get that overview where you can look down on things and go like, but it still operates like Factorio, like, okay, you're gonna need hundreds of these. Like, no, don't do that. And then work it more like Satisfactory, because Satisfactory has the same problem because you're in there, but Satisfactory has low quantities of stuff generally compared to Factorio. So it's much easier. It's just catered to that. That's a really clever thing that Satisfactory is doing, in my opinion, is that they're saying, because you're in there in the weeds, your factories have to be smaller, and they are. And it's only nuts like me and other streamers that want to build bigger than it's clearly intended. And as that, and in a game like Factorio, in a game like Dyson Sphere program, you can build to scale because you can build it like this. Stamp down blueprints from top. You can look at top down. You can have an overview of seeing, why is this one not working? But when you're in the weeds, you have to do something different. You can't just do the same thing and go like, wouldn't it be cool with Factorio in 3D? So, yeah. So that's so Factorio because it does not want to be 3D Factorio. CSS knows why they did the way they did. Yes, I still think that. I think that they do a lot of things right, but I also think that there are some things that they don't do right, and I'm also going to call that out. But there are many of the design decisions that they have taken that are fundamental design decisions that are making sense. And it's also very enjoyable. It's also like if you're building things to the tune of it takes a second or 0.5 seconds to build it, or sort of like green circuits in Factorio, like then you need a lot of those. But in like each item has more value in Satisfactory because they are produced slower. Just adds blueprint themselves? No, they didn't add blueprints. Just wait until we see it. I cannot imagine that it's going to be anything except a gigantic disappointment. I'm sorry to say that, but let's just do a little pretend here. This is the size. Each of these squares is a foundation, right? This is the space of an assembler takes. So you can put an assembler and you can put a splitter on the inside and a merger on the outside. But you can't even connect them to the next block over. So that means the things you can do for designs is you can do an assembler with like my patented way of doing one in and one with an elevator up, and then do that. You can have that as a blueprint, and then you can go like, oh, I'm going to need that. Stamp it down. Move 3 tiles over, stamp it down. 2 tiles over, stamp it down. Right, and yeah, it's going to be nice. It's not really going to do much because you still have to do the power poles or the power connections. You're still going to have to do all the belt connections. So in the grand scheme of things, when it usually takes 20 hours or 4 hours to build this, then maybe it's going to be taking 3 hours. No, it's going to take 3.5 hours. because this is not the major part. I don't think it's going to make a very big difference. You can't do it with coal power plants. You can't do it with refineries. You can't do it with manufacturers because they're too big. At least the way that I build it, because the manufacturer would be taking up a 3x3 space, so it would be taking up this space, which means inputs, outputs, you can't really do that. You can do no, you can't, no. I mean, that's the kind of, so I don't think that it's going to be very good. I'm going to try doing something cool, funny with it, like really just saying, okay, what if we have a little assembler, maybe pushed right there, and then you can have another assembler, and then maybe a foundries down here, and then we can lift this up, and then it can go down, and it's going to be an absolute spaghetti mess, but it could be fun to go like, hey, here's a steel smelter. It looks awful, and it takes ages to build for the first time, but once you have it, you can stamp it down. Like this, I think would be kind of fun, but this constraint here, it's I don't understand it. I don't understand why they chose it. I have a suspicion that it's a performance issue, and maybe they'll be like, yeah, well, let's fix the performance issues. And then when people have sort of made some designs for this and they complain about that it's not really useful, we give them a 5x5 and everyone's going to be super happy because 5x5. But if you give them a 5x5 to begin with, they're going to complain about it. So we give them a 4x4 and then we go, now it's 5x5, and then everyone's going to be happy. I think that's kind of how they do. Would be more universal based on, yeah, especially because a lot of things like refineries and manufacturers take 3 tiles or 3 foundations wide, so you're just basically saying you can't do the most advanced builds. It's a performance issue. Yeah, well, maybe they should let Simon fix it then. I don't know. It's. I think it's terrifying that it's a performance issue for such a small build. I would have, if they have done it in another way, they would say it's 5x5 or million by million, but you can at maximum have 100 entities. Then it would be like, okay, or 20 entities or 50 entities, so it would be an entity count. Then I think it would be, from a performance perspective, I would imagine it would be better, because right now they are limited by 4x4, but I can guarantee you that there's going to be someone who will be cramming in thousands of entities, and then they will go like, you're using the system as it's supposed to, but now it breaks and causes desyncs in multiplayer because you're having this blueprint and you're rotating it. I don't know, whatever can happen, right? And instead of going like, it can maximum be 50 entities, that's what you can mass deconstruct, max 50. All right, done. There's a little counter when you place one, it says it counts up, and then when you get to 50, you got tough luck. 4x4 vertically limited as well. That's why you can't use the refineries and coal power plants. So yeah. It's like they threw it in without ever considering it before, but realized too many people are complaining now, so they had to. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it's 32 meter by 32 by 32 meter. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a look, and it's gonna be fun to see what we can do with it. But I have my suspicions about sort of how truly applicable it's gonna be. We'll make the best of it, because that's the tools we have, and I'll see if I can make some cool things that are useful. Like, you can't do train intersections, for example, because they're just too big. There. I think I want to build a few more of the useful ones. But I'm with a 4x4. I am honestly struggling to come up with good ideas for what we could make really cool. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. What? How? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is misplaced. You're misplaced. Why did I misplace you? Why would I do that? Look, it's on the line here. It should be on that intersection. That's why. Good morning. Is the combat update far away from this game? Probably less than a year. Because all they've said is... Oh, well, that's not good. All they said is 2023. Okay, so let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so right there. Going to head over out for evening. Oh, right. Thank you, Lorenzo Lewis. I'm just checking here. We don't have you as a up here as a star, so maybe you'll be one of the next ones. If you behave, that is, of course. Pushback gave us the logistic stuff. Hey, I am... like, developers earn our trust, and the Dyson Sphere program developers have definitely earned our trust. Like Factorio have. Like, there are a few games where you just carelessly install the latest update without worry in the world when you're running an experimental. But Factorio was always like, yeah, whatever, of course it's gonna work. And then the few times when it didn't. Yeah. We know that they'll do it right, exactly, and everything they've delivered has been working, and the stuff that hasn't been working, they've been fixing it really quick. So. And I would really love to see something coming out from Valheim soon. Next games we have on the agenda is, well, I'm going to be playing Floodland next week. It is a survival colony sim, post-apocalyptic colony survival colony sim. So instead of Frostpunk where the world is frozen, this is more of a the world is flooded and we sort of have to rebuild civilization from there. It's coming out next week. I'm going to be playing it, and then we have Ixion coming out in December, and then we also have Midnight Suns, which is basically XCOM with Marvel heroes. Yeah, artificial planets and moons, I know. Yeah, like orbital platforms, because of course we want to build Medina Station and Tycho Station. Of course. It would be so cool, like you could build orbital stations. There. I know, I really feel these should be taken out because they are incorrect, and they're also irrelevant at this point because we don't have any more. Yeah, it doesn't even say anymore. We've used the remaining. This was the remaining. Nope, that wasn't it. But whatever the remaining was, it's gone now. Oh, we don't have enough power on the planet now. Ah, that might be just a temporary thing. Yeah, everything is temporary. Nah, that can't be right. Really? Oh, the quantum. Oh, okay. I did not see that coming. Okay. Right, well. Oh, I think I know why. I guess we have our project for the last half hour of the stream. Always, 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 right? Always. Oh, well, that's kind of... Oh, I know why. I actually did this on purpose because I didn't want these to be stalling this out. There you go. Did this one get picked up? Nope. Okay, so... Oh, that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Don't do that again. And that also means that it broke the outputs. Oops. Okay, so let's not do that. Funny this rotation when I pick things up. It's hard to not rotate. Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion I have a lot of this. Yeah, 1700. There. No comment. What? Ah, that one. Yeah, it was set. Right. Thank you. That's because I deleted it and then we lost that part. And doesn't matter. We'll get it afterwards. I feel that we should have no problems with power at this point. But that's maybe just my feelings. Maybe no one really cares about them. Okay, 99. Get your shit together and get on with it. What is that? Oh, really? Do you not have monitors? There. So here we'll get... I don't think we have monitors as something we are bringing out to every planet. That would be weird. There they are. Got it. Torn between mods and unmodded. Yeah. Gotta go. Alright. Thank you, Viking Brit, for joining and keeping me company. So tomorrow will be, by the way, I'll be playing some Cosmoteer. That'll be a continuation of my YouTube series. What I'm noticing is that for my I spent about a good 4-6 hours of design work, and then obviously when I forget to press the record button when I sit down and record for 3 hours, that also adds time. Then, but it takes a long time to make these episodes, and I thought, you know what, a lot of this stuff is actually playing the game, so let's try to do that while on stream. Let's see if we get this right. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about modded versus unmodded generally in games, I think you have to sort of distinguish between, like, why are you doing modded? Is it because there is something that you want to fix, or it's because you want to change the way that it plays? So, for example, vehicles, let's take Factorio. Vehicle snap is something I want to fix. Something that's annoying, and I want it to be played this way. So I get a mod to fix things. Or if you want to say, hey, space exploration in Factorio, then that's a different way of playing. It adds new features. And it's kind of a different motivation between one and the other. And I generally play things unmodded because 2 reasons. I want to play it the way that the developers intended it, so that if there's something that doesn't work or I don't like, then I can say that's kind of how they intended me to play it. But also the fact that if people will come in and go like, hey, why is that? What is that? How do you do that? And that'll just be endless description, explanation of it, stuff. So I think that there's also a difference, because I don't really feel that there are a lot of things that you'd want to fix in Dyson Sphere. You can of course say, oh right, I want to have a galactic scale. Sure. Then you'd need to do that, or some other feature you want to change. But I don't really feel there are many glaring things that you go like, oh, I can't live with this. So yeah, whether it's features or quality of life mods. But I think there's also a difference between playing as a streamer. There is a difference playing as a streamer and playing for yourself, because you can play whatever you want, and there's no one coming in and saying you're cheating, or not that that's a prevalent thing, but you know, it still happens. Or they go like, oh right, of course, because something, right? That's because of the mod that you can do that. No, not enough for logistics drones. Yeah, that's going to put a strain on our power supply. Can't believe that these are working all the time. So that should in and of itself be about 900, or what is it? It is. These are giving us 18. 18, and what do we have? We have 12 in each section times 4. So that's 864 power from that alone. And I'm using about 2 gigawatt. Interesting. I can live with hand clearing early game and manual flight. Yep. Alright, yeah, stuff like, yeah, I could see that as being a convenience thing, that you could just type in where you want to fly and then it'll sort of autopilot there. That might be nice. I can definitely see that would be a nice little addition. And that's the thing with mods, like once you start going down that path, forever will it dominate your destiny, because it's a gateway drug. Like, you just start with one little thing, but once you have that thing, then it's no longer a vanilla experience, and you might just start, and then you can, and then this one, and then this one, and then soon you just have a completely modded. It's just, yep. Yeah, 2 gigawatt of power. What we really need is a Dyson Sphere around there. If only we had like a steady supply of solar sails, then we could build it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I know that a lot of the power drain is because these had to be built. They're using a bit more power now because they are still building up. But it's not amazing, to say the least. Yeah, multiplayer mode too, that makes perfect sense for me. Because if you are always playing with friends and then you go like, oh, well, I can't do that, so ooh. Is it time? Is it time for us to build the first supply of, what are they called? Can I build it here? Artificial suns? Oh, come on. Alright, so I guess not. Can I squeeze in some artificial suns in here? Maybe. I'll try it. Yeah, I can. Sweet. This is actually so nice that it might even look like it's intended. Let's see these. Oops. I am not proliferating them. Shouldn't I be doing that? If used as fuel, it increases the generation capacity. I should be using this. I should be. Maybe that's not for right now. Each one is 72. I love that they changed it. They nerfed them. They were too good, so they nerfed them from 75 to 72 megawatt. Like, okay, that's gonna make a difference. Okay. Artificial star. Woo! That was actually not incorrect. Gas filter. Demand. There. I pick it up until, there we go, until they have 3 indicators, yep. Just pick up some fully proliferated ones into my inventory, there we go. Yeah, good stuff. And these ones could also be taken out, probably should be taken out. Once we get 3, we just put them back in. No reason to not do this, I think. It's too valuable. Good. Suddenly, we have no problem. That's actually not a bad hack. What are we missing? Ah, right, that was still. Let's see. One of these requested it. There we go. That is literally on the other side of the world. taught a VTuber from Canada how to use blueprints and play Dyson Sphere. Yeah, VTubers. I don't know. What do I think of that? I just think it's maybe just silly, but that's kind of like a really old man opinion. I think that if you're ugly, it's good. So of course I don't have a need for it. But if, let's put it like that, it's not not sort of arbitrarily ugly, but more of a, if you're self-conscious about your looks, it's good that you can be streaming and still have more engagement than just no camera, because it's really hard to build a presence in this day and age without a camera. Do you find D&D silly as well? No, of course not. Unless you by D&D mean the two idiots who ruined Game of Thrones, then yeah, I do find those rather silly. Yeah, avatars are usually anime or furry. Exactly. I think that's the essence of it. Like, that's the essence of it, that it just becomes incredibly cliche. I go like, all right, yeah, there's yet another Japanese teenage schoolgirl, and it's probably someone like that behind the camera. Like, whatever. I don't know. You can do whatever you want. Yeah. Okay, so I think we fixed that.